Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1269 by Representative Cochran relative to student pronouns. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 0466.
Leader Cochran moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 466. Without objection, so ordered. Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 0466 on third and final consideration.
Leader Cochran moves passage of Senate Bill 466 on third and final consideration. Seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 0466 allows a teacher to refer to a student by pronouns based on the student's birth sex without fear of adverse disciplinary or legal action. With that, I renew my motion.
Leader Cochran renews his motion. Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as you've heard me stand up and say on a couple of different occasions here, I think we're missing this. We are going to allow a teacher, a mentor, a guide of these young children to disrespect a child's preferred pronouns. And I don't even understand why we would allow this. Think about that for 1 second. You've got a child that is already feeling left out, that has their own decided upon pronouns, and we're going to let a teacher disrespect them. When I get done, he's going to talk about First Amendment rights. But you don't have the right to harass somebody. You don't have the right to belittle somebody. You don't have the right to bully somebody. That's not protected in your First Amendment rights, especially for a child. Again, we're talking about children, and an adult can pick on this child with zero repercussions. Zero. This is serious. I know we all got back from lunch and everybody wants to do whatever they're doing, but I really wish you'd pay attention. This is a horrible, horrible bill, and we're setting a precedent that is extremely dangerous. Representative Cochran, what do you have to say about a teacher that chooses to bully a child?
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be honest with you, I find that the whole line of comments that you just went through to be a very shocking indictment and lack of faith in our public school teachers. Nothing in this bill would give a teacher the right to bully or harass any child. And I have enough faith in our school teachers to know that would not happen. I also care about our teachers to the point of wanting to protect their First Amendment rights. And I want to share with you a couple things. Woolley versus Maynard, the U.S. Supreme Court, the right of freedom of thought protected by the First Amendment against state action includes both the right to speak freely and the right to refrain from speaking at all. That's Woolley versus Maynard, 1977. The next, West Virginia State Board of Education versus Barnett. If there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion, or force citizens to confess by word or act their faith therein. In short, the First Amendment not only gives you the freedom of speech, it gives you the freedom not to speak. No government entity can force you to say something that is against your core beliefs or religious convictions. Your right to refrain from speaking is just as much protected by our Constitution as your right to speak. I believe that is clear, not only in court precedent, but in the very plain language of the United States Constitution.
Representative Freeman.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I'm not asking them to agree with anybody or be a proponent for anybody's choices. What I'm asking is for them to have the common decency of respect to address these children as they choose to be addressed. I've heard members in this room take such offense when someone calls them by their first name instead of a representative, or if they call them a senator instead of, whatever. I mean, these terms matter. They matter to children. They matter to us. And we're going to allow teachers, again, the people that should be guiding these children, helping them become the best versions of themselves. I too have trust in our teachers. I trust that they want to do what's best for them, but they're always going to be bad actors. And right now, before this law passes, if we have a bad actor, they can be punished. If they choose to use a racial slur, they can be punished. That's not protected under First Amendment rights. So this idea that somehow allowing a child to be called by the pronouns he wanted, my given name is Robert, James Robert. I go by Bob. I'm sure a lot of you in here go by a different name. I feel like I have the right to be called whatever I want to be called. And my teacher should have enough respect for me to call me that. This is embarrassing.
Leader Cochran.
Again, Representative, nothing in this bill gives a teacher the right to bully or harass anyone. All teachers would remain, would still be expected to act with professionalism, that they should never be forced to affirm any belief that is against their core convictions. Again, this is protecting those First Amendment rights.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 27. That's the number of anti-LGBTQ bills this body has considered this year, more than any other state in the nation. And I think it says something about a need for self-reflection as a body. This piece of legislation is targeting children. It is giving sanction for teachers to misgender students who are already marginalized, students who already feel ostracized. And what will happen is that if the teacher starts misgendering them, then it'll give their peers permission to bully them as well. And these young people are already dealing with mental health. They're already dealing with feeling a sense of othering. And I think it is against our duty as representatives to make sure that these children are protected and welcome and affirmed. I was talking to some teachers in my district about this bill, and they said, I don't even know why the state is considering that. This is not what the teachers in my district are asking for, a bill to give them license to bully students. They're asking for safer schools and common sense gun laws. But instead, we're pushing this legislation that the teachers in my district said would create a very unhealthy school environment for their students. It would create an environment in which students feel like they can't even trust the people who are in charge of their safety and their well-being. And so I would ask the sponsor to withdraw this, but I know the answer to that. But I just hope that this body realizes that we are once again on the wrong side of history and that we deserve, well, I'll do it. I'm sorry to the students who hear what's happening here today. I apologize to these young people on behalf of this body, because what we're doing today is perpetuating harm and trauma and bullying that could also lead to many of these young people taking their lives. I mean, this is something that we heard in committee when we considered this bill. I talked to transgender students who said, we already feel like we're treated like we don't have any worth. And to push this bill would just continue to perpetuate that sense of worthlessness. But I want to let the transgender students of Tennessee know that you are worthy. You are so worthy, and you deserve much better than what my colleagues are offering you today. And so, Leader Cochran, I ask you, you say that this is about free speech. You say that this is about the First Amendment. But allowing terminology that is harmful is counter to what the school environment should affirm. Would you be okay with teachers using racial slurs against students? Is that under First Amendment rights?
Representative Jones, that's not this bill. You need to stay on this piece of legislation. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, this is about is about permitting teachers to use harmful language. It is relevant to the bill. I would submit, but if you want me to move on, I'll continue. Representative Cochran. I don't know any teacher asking for this legislation who should be a teacher. If we cannot affirm the basic dignity of students, if we cannot respect them enough, maybe that person should not be a teacher. I'm sorry, but this is legislating harm. It's legislating trauma. And I'm really disturbed that we are even considering this today in this body with seriousness, when not only is it morally reprehensible, but it's economically insane, because the federal government has already told us that if we pass this legislation, look at the fiscal note, we will lose federal funding, because the federal government says that this is against their policies of inclusion and dignity and justice. And so the federal government has told us that this is economically indefensible, it's morally reprehensible, and I would say it's constitutionally inconsistent. Because this legislation, as it appears now, you talk about the First Amendment. You talk about the First Amendment for teachers, but don't students have the right to freely express who they are? Don't they have the right to be their full, authentic selves in school? I don't know any legislator here who could come in here and would want to be here and say, oh, go back home and tell your children, I passed laws to make it legal to bully kids, and go home and be proud of that. There's no honor in that. Is this the legacy of this body? Is this what we're doing on the last day of session? Passing laws to bully children? Have mercy on us and forgive us, because this is not what the children of Tennessee deserve.
Yes, sir. All right. Representative Fritz, it's a point of order.
I object under Section 123 of Mason's Rules of Order. The member has impugned the motives of this bill, suggesting that it is to bully students. I would offer it is not.
One moment. Yeah, Representative Fritz, his time has expired, so we are past that point, sir. Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And everybody, I would just like to say a big thank you for my legislative assistant, Cole Horner, this year. You've been absolutely wonderful and the best of the best. See you, man.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. It is interesting. I believe the bullying comment first came from Representative Freeman, but it's interesting that the comment about it came after Representative Jones said it. And so that's, yeah, you can object all you want, but there's a difference between black folk and white folk here.
Hang on, there's objection. There's objection. Leader Lambert, did you object to something?
Yes, I object to the fact that he is nowhere near the purpose of asking questions on this particular bill, which is well outside the rules. He then went well beyond that to impugn the entire body as racist, which I don't believe and never have, but you can make whatever allegations you would like.
So, hang on. Leader Lambert made the objection, which means that we are on the board. If you feel the member should continue, vote aye when the bell rings. If you feel like the member should not continue, vote no when the bell rings. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the rule says any member who in speaking otherwise transgresses the rule of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may, call such transgressing member to order. I believe that's what.
Leader Lambert.
I will be happy to withdraw my objection. I would just ask, can we please stay on topic of the bill? Don't disparage or try to insult other members. I am objecting to being off the bill and indicating that folks are being treated differently on this floor based on their ethnicity. That is a serious allegation. I would prefer that we stay on the bill. Otherwise, I will object to being off the bill. For purposes of right now, I would like to hear what substantive questions this member has about this bill. I will withdraw my objection.
Without objection, withdrawn. Representative Pearson.
Okay, so why are you telling people to hush? I
Representative
got a
Pearson.
parliamentary inquiry going. Okay, so if Section 19 is used and a member goes back in order after a member or the speaker raises an objection, what happens then?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the speaker shall or any other member may call such transgressing member to order, in which case the member so called to order shall immediately sit down unless permitted to explain. And if then the House votes on whether or not the member be permitted to proceed without debate.
Representative Pearson.
Got it. Helpful. We learn a lot about rules. This is a terrible bill because it is perpetuating the harm and the injustice and inequality that we've been seeing in this legislative body for much too long. One of the biggest questions you have to ask yourselves is, how will this teacher know the biological sex of these children? Are we inviting them to find out? Leader Cochran? Because if not, then you need to assume that a child knows what it is they would like to be called, which affirms the dignity of those individuals. Otherwise, you're inviting teachers to make assumptions about the children that they're supposed to be serving that could be antithetical to how that child identifies, and even potentially what their biological sex actually is. This is part of the reason why this is such problematic behavior of this body and such problematic legislation. The National Education Association actually talks about the benefits of ensuring that people's pronouns are used. Partly, and especially for transgender, non-binary, or questioning folks who might not be out yet in particular, they say it's really important that we respect people because it affirms their gender identities and it ensures classrooms remain safe spaces by referring to people in the way that feels most accurate to them. Goes further, when correct names and pronouns are used, statistics show that suicide rates drop, while trust and feelings of belonging increase. Addressing someone by the wrong name or misgendering them by using incorrect pronouns can feel disrespectful, harmful, and even threatening to a gender-diverse person. Misgendering results in marginalization and communicates that a person's identity is not seen as important. This is what this body is seeking to do: dehumanize children. Marginalized children. And you bring legislation here talking about how you're doing things on behalf of children. But the actions of this body do not protect children, do not ensure their humanity is respected, does not do anything to show that their lives do matter and we're willing to go against a status quo that silences and harms them instead of supporting the injustice of this status quo that seeks to dehumanize them. I still got a minute left. But can he object during my time, parliamentarian? Can we pause the clock? I just want to understand how these objections work.
He can object.
I want to make sure I know how they work.
Representative Fritz, he can object in the middle and we stop the clock. That's happened multiple times a day from people on both sides of the aisle. Representative Fritz, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would object to the impugning of the motives of the members by suggesting that we might be trying to dehumanize children. That is an egregious statement, and I would offer that objection from section 123 of Mason's Rules of Order.
Hang on. That's fine. Hang a second. All right, so he's made objection to it. It's non-debatable motion. The objection's fine, but it's non-debatable, so it's up on the board. The vote is in favor. The vote is if you're in favor of allowing the representative to continue with 55 seconds, you vote green or aye. If you are opposed to allowing the representative to continue based on the motion that was made, you vote no. All right, we are voting. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 27, 58 nays.
It passes. Representative McKenzie, point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order to the clerk would be, we know every time any member from the opposite side of the aisle objects, it's going to pass. But my question is, if they object to the statement and the member, isn't the result the member should refrain from whatever that objection is and not lose his or her time? What in the Mason's rules or any of our house rules says that they lose their time? I get the issue. If they're saying red and we said you can't say red, can he just not or she not say red anymore but still have their time? So I don't see why the time is running off the clock, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. Is the representative asking about the clock running while another member was raising an objection? I'm trying to understand.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What the speaker said before opening the vote was, if you want the speaker to continue, you vote yes. If you don't, you vote no. My point of order is his objection was for a specific statement that he heard, and he objected to that statement. I get that, and it's going to win every time. But the speaker, the original speaker, should get his or her, in this case, 55 seconds, and just not speak to whatever the objection was.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, our Rule 19 states that another member may call one member may call another member to order if they've transgressed the rules. The Mason's manual cite that the member used in their objection, I believe was section 123, relating to disorderly words or conduct during debate. So, as our rules say, if a member is called to order, they shall immediately sit down, and the House shall, if appealed to, and I believe there was some objection to form an appeal, decide the case without debate. So the body gets to decide whether or not they can proceed. If it's determined they can't proceed, then they have forfeited their time. They're not allowed to continue their debate.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is not what you said. What you said, they have to be called to order. What in that anything written down That last little bit is what I think you, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that the last little bit is not written. It says that member needs to be called to order and immediately sit down, and there's no debate on the objection. It says nothing about him or her losing their time. He did not just read
Mr.
that.
Clerk,
Mr. Speaker, if the body determines that a member is not allowed to proceed, I don't see how they could reclaim their time. They have.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What you said, he was ruled out of order for a specific reason. That is what happened. He got ruled out of order for a specific statement that he made. He comes back in order by not doing that anymore. That is the order. You're talking about the order of the day. He can't do that anymore. It says nothing in what you just read about him losing his opportunity to speak to the original matter.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it was my understanding that the representative called him to order for disorderly words or conduct during debate. And so then we fall under Rule 19, which I've read.
Representative McKenzie.
We have to get to the end of this one, and I do apologize to everyone trying to go home, but your members are doing this. He called out a specific statement that he felt was out of line, out of order. That is what we're talking about. He did not say, I don't like anything he said, which would be kind of weird, but he specifically made a statement. I didn't like him saying blah, blah, blah. But once he corrects that, he's back in order.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I disagree. Under 19, it says the House gets to decide whether they proceed or not, and the House voted for that member not to be able to proceed because they have transgressed the rules through their speech.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And not to belabor this, because I think the substance of this bill requires thorough debate, and I want to get back to the bill. But the way that this has been interpreted would give the majority party 2 bites of the apple to call the question. That's the point that's being made. So now the way the rule is being interpreted, if an objection is made under Mason's but not under Rule 19 of the House, those are 2 separate rules. You're reading Rule 19. The objection was under Mason's. You're saying that they reference each other therein. That's not exactly true. I understand your interpretation of that rule. However, your interpretation allows them for me to be recognized in my 5 minutes to stand up, address the chairman, and have an objection made, a vote go on the board, and all I got to do was say, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is the problem with that interpretation, because that could happen over and over and over, regardless of whether there's merit to the objection. So that's the point. That's why we object to the interpretation of the rules. So let's please return to the bill. This requires thorough debate. So let's please continue the discussion on the legislation.
Is that a call to
Order of the day.
order of the day? Representative Dixie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairman, for getting us back in order. This bill is about respect. Plain and simple, it's about respect. And we can go back and say, the First Amendment rights and this and that, but words have meanings. And you can say whatever you want to say, but there are consequences. And when we've seen that here in this house, words have meanings. Words have consequences. So let's make sure that when we send our kids to school, that's one place that they're there for 8 hours a day, in some cases 10 hours a day. And the goal is to teach them respect, how to talk to each other. My question to you, Mr. Sponsor, is what harm is it to respect someone and call them what they want to be called?
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, nothing in this bill would prevent a teacher from doing that. Again, this just protects a teacher's right not to speak if doing so violates their right of conscience.
Representative Dixie.
So you're saying we need a law to tell people that they don't need to speak? I mean, I think but this particular law is one of the most unnecessary pieces of legislation that we have debated. Well, I mean, we even listened to here. This makes no sense. This is one of those pieces of legislation, again, that we see time and time and time again. That's a solution in search of a problem. I have no idea why we're even talking about this. We have so many other issues that we should be debating. And if you say you care about teachers, there are things that we can do in this body to help them, to help our students, to keep them safe, to give them the resources that they need, to give them the programming that we need. But instead, we're here talking about the respect of being called of what you want to be called. I think that is the least amount of respect that we can show to one another. What I've seen over this last few weeks of this body has been frustrating at best. And it shows that this bill is a prime example of how the lack of respect is permeated what's going on in this house. We have to learn to respect each other. The world is different. The world is changing. And we have to change with it. We have to stop looking through a singular lens of how things should be. The world is changing, and we have to change with it. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what is the point or the problem of calling someone by what they want to be called?
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this bill does not force a teacher to do anything. It allows them to maintain their right of conscience. And again, I do not believe that simply acknowledging someone's biological sex is bullying. And I believe you'd be hard pressed to find reasonable Tennesseans and Americans who would say that simply acknowledging someone's biological sex is bullying. I do not believe that. And again, asking a teacher to acknowledge someone's sex that is not aligned with their biological sex very much could be against their religious convictions, could be against their core convictions. And in this country, you cannot force someone to say something, regardless of how times are changing. You can't say to someone, hey, because times are changing, your religious beliefs no longer matter. That you have to go along with the culture. That is forced because the media is changing, because the world is changing. You have to change. That's not how this country works. We have a constitution that protects individual liberty. And so to the topic of bullying, again, nothing in this bill allows a teacher to bully a child. How it does touch that topic, however, is it does protect our teachers from bullying, from some of the greatest perpetrators of the act in human history, the woke left. Quite frankly,
Representative Cochran, stick to the bill. I got you. He told him to stay on the bill. Oh, you want it butted on the board? All right. We'll go on the board. Are you asking Representative McKenzie out of order? All right, so it's on the board, correct? That's what happens. Yes? Okay, that's fine. Representative McKenzie, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Representative Cochran said about some strange, unusual term that has become very polarizing to everyone, it's totally out of order, has been used as a political sledgehammer that probably no person in here can actually define the word, and he's using it to rally his troops up. He was totally out of order. He's broken House rules. He's made inflammatory statements, and I think his time needs to be taken away at this point. As Representative Justin Jones and Justin Pearson's time has been taken.
Representative Hawk, for what purpose?
Question on the bill.
We're on a point of order that's not allowed. We're on the board. That's not working. We're on the board. We're voting on the motion. It's non-debatable. He made the objection. We are voting. All those who are in favor of the sponsor continuing to speak, vote aye. Those who believe should not continue to speak, vote no. All those in favor or against, vote when the bell rings. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 64, 24 nays.
Prevails. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Clerk, if the board had been read, would the sponsor have been cut off and would the vote have been taken or not taken?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the member would not have been allowed to proceed. And the Speaker, we would still be under debate on the bill, and the Speaker would go back to the list.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Clerk. So that sounds like fair. So once the sponsor, if it had gone red, was corrected, then he gets back to his presentation. Is that the right interpretation of what I'm hearing from you?
Mr. Clerk.
He would have lost that 5-minute block of time had the vote been for him not to proceed. Since the vote has prevailed, he will be able to use his remaining time under this recognition.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. So when Representative Jones or Pearson or Dixie lost their time, that was counter to what we're talking about now. So was that proper?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that actually did not preclude them from returning to the list, just like normal.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, I'm hearing two different things. First, you told me, I believe, that he would have the opportunity to pick right back up. Would he have gone on a list, or would he have started another 5 minutes right then and there?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the vote was whether or not the member in the well be allowed to continue. That motion prevailed, so he is allowed to continue. Had that motion failed, he would not have been allowed to continue, and he would have forfeited the rest of that 5-minute block of time.
Representative Hardaway.
And that I do understand, Mr. Clerk. However, I'm asking, once that block of time was forfeited, is he allowed to pick up a new 5-minute block of time?
Mr. Clerk.
Not immediately, but the member could be recognized again.
Representative Hardaway.
Recognized by the speaker immediately after he lost that block of time to begin another 5 minutes?
Mr. Speaker, I believe you would go back to the list, just as you have with other members, for debate on the bill.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, so if the speaker is cut off, then he or she goes back on a list. Did I hear that correctly?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if a member on the floor addressed questions to the sponsor, they would be allowed to respond to those questions,
Representative
just
Hardaway.
like normal.
All right, so I'm hearing, and you may not intend this, Mr. Clerk, but I'm hearing two different things. So I'm going to relinquish, Mr. Speaker, the floor. However, I think all of this exaggerated calling other folks to order. We need to think about calling ourselves to order. Each individual. Let's call ourselves to order. Mr. Speaker, I just saw a little child walk by me and reminded me that we're all role models here.
We're under point of
Thank
order. Thank you. All right. Next on the list, Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader Cochran, for all your efforts, all your hard work. Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 23 refers to standing in the gap. And that's exactly where I believe Tennessee is right now. We are standing in the gap between that which is right and that which is destructive. And legislation like this that protects individual rights, honors God, and promotes a Christian worldview is why Tennessee is growing economically and by population. And anytime the legislature can position ourselves with the teachings of Christ, it's a good day. Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for having the courage to carry this legislation, stand and defend it. I applaud you.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you very much for the comments. Thank you for the support of the bill.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, sponsor. A couple of my concerns and questions were addressed earlier. I'm not sure if I heard a straight answer from you on how the teacher would have access to the biological birth information of the student.
Leader Cochran.
Representative, every teacher has access to a student's permanent records.
Representative Hardaway.
Does this bill give the teacher that access?
Leader Cochran.
No, they already have that access.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would tend to disagree on under what conditions that the teacher would have that access. However, I have an even more pressing question. The fiscal note indicates that there's approximately $1.2 billion of federal dollars at risk. Is that your understanding?
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Representative, that is, again, it references a potential loss of federal funding. I would refer to Tennessee versus the United States Department of Education. That was decided in the United States District Court of the Eastern District of Tennessee. That granted a preliminary injunction against what I believe what you were referring to, a letter from the Biden administration essentially telling all states that they have to acknowledge gender identity in Title IX. Our Attorney General, along with 19 other states, filed suit. And in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Tennessee, were granted an injunction. That letter of guidance does not apply in the state of Tennessee. Neither does it apply in the other 19 states who joined us in that suit.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. That's interesting, but it seems like fiscal committee didn't get that memo because they say that federal dollars would be at risk. So they evidently disagree with you, and I would dare say that their legal interpretation of this bill has got to be different from what you just presented. Let me, however, give you an example of what I experienced when I started going to school with little white kids. Let me tell you how
Representative
that
Jones,
went.
you cannot use a camera in the back of the room, please. Sorry, please. You were pointing it to take a picture. Please refrain. Representative Hardaway, sorry. You go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd appreciate if you put that 10 seconds back on the clock.
No problem.
So I started school, and this is ironic that we're on this, because I started school at Roselle with little white children back in the 60s. And one of the things that I remember clearly is a teacher that could not say Negro. She could not say Negro and would not say colored. All right? I'm getting to the point of how teachers could be bad actors. 99.9% of them are good. However, this teacher insisted, because she was still resisting change, in saying Negra, would not say Negro. Now, I don't see anything different in the way that little children who are having these identity situations, I don't see how they're going to feel any differently than I did. And I don't think all little children are born with the kind of attitude that I had and didn't have the parents that I had. But I tell you, whether you intended or not, and I don't think you intended, sponsor, this bill is going to be harmful. It's going to hurt so many little children in their years of development at the most sensitive time of their life. So I thank you for listening. Good luck.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you for your comments.
Representative Holsey.
Thank you. And to the sponsor, I appreciate the bill. In my school district, I can't imagine any teacher that we would have in my district that would disrespect kids or don't love their children that they teach or would belittle or bully them at all. But I have had teachers call me on the phone with deep concerns, and I'm glad this bill addresses it, because they have told me of cases where they had a kid who for 3 weeks wanted to be called a she and then changed their mind, and for another 4 weeks wanted to be called a he, and they couldn't keep up, and they were petrified that they're going to be disciplined or fired or sued in civil court because they used the wrong word. Their intent has never been to vilify or disrespect or degrade. They're just afraid. And I am really glad this bill addresses that and protects those folks. So thank you.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. That's obviously the intention of the bill is to provide clarity of that protection under the law. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. When you, in your legislation, when it talks about other employees. Would that include a substitute teacher?
Leader Cochran.
Mr. Speaker, your representative, it would protect employees at the school. That's correct.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate that because I've substitute taught in schools. And when you come in, you're not familiar with those students, whether they have food allergies or really their abilities of where they are. And so you have to come in cold. And so while we're stepping in to fill that role for that teacher, we're doing everything we possibly can to ensure that they're learning for that day and not trying to bully anyone or be offensive. We're just trying to step in and help those students do the job of being a student. So thank you very much.
Leader Cochran.
Thank you. Thank you for the support.
Representative Ritchie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 466, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 22 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 466, having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Representative Warner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm out of order, but members, there's a friend of mine in the balcony, and I'm sure she's a friend of many years. Miss Nadine Corby's in the balcony. Could y'all welcome her?
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 794 by Chair Lady Hazelwood relative to the Electronic Monitoring Indigency Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 855.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
I'm sorry, hang on. Representative moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 655, properly seconded without objection, so ordered. 855. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 855 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 855 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption amendment number 2, probably seconded. Vice Chairman Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a result of a lot of work that was put in over the summer looking at the Electronic Monitoring Indigency Fund in Tennessee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order as well, but I've got a couple of friends here. Emily and Mitch O'Grady and Molly Perry are here advocating for their beliefs. So welcome. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 794 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Oh, Senate bill. Sorry. Hang on. All those in favor of Senate Bill 855, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 855 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1036 by Representative Shaw relative to retirement. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1086.
Representative Shaw moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1086, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As introduced, this bill comes to me from the Treasurer's Office, and what it does, it says that all employers should require their new employees to sign certifications acknowledging the employment, acknowledging rather that they understand that the employer's duties and obligations in connection with the retirement system. With that explanation pending any questions, I would renew my motion.
Representative Shaw renews his motion. Representative Shaw moves passage of Senate Bill 1086 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That amendment makes the bill, and again, I would renew my motion pending any questions.
Representative Shaw renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 1086 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 82, 5 nays, 3 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1086 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1199 by Chairman Williams relative to financial aid. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1303.
Representative Williams moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1199, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of Senate Bill 1303.
Representative Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 1303 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for explanation.
Chairman White moves adoption amendment. Same. Withdraw. Same as Senate. Chairman White.
Well, the city, okay, same as Senate bill, move to adopt.
Withdraw.
Withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, would allow for the utilization of Strong Act dollars to provide those services in higher education to an enlisted member of National Guard as relates to their service to our state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1303 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 1303 having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed by objection. The motion reconsidered is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 155 by Chairman Hicks relative to ground ambulance service providers.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 155 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage. Parliament Secretary, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt, defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves adoption of amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 155 would provide an $800 training supplement for licensed emergency personnel, medical personnel who are employed full-time for an ambulance service upon completion of 40 hours of annual training. I renew my motion.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 155 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
House Bill 155, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed. Without objection, most reconsidered table. Call up Representative Lynn for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have just been made aware that Benny, Charlotte, and Juliana are home watching session right now. So hello, kids. I love you.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1431 by Chairman Hicks relative to compensation of certain public employees. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 813.
Chairman Hicks moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 813, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 813 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 813 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized. Oh, Vice Chairman Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 813 increases the pay schedule for Assistant District Attorneys Generals, full-time Assistant District Public Defenders, and the criminal investigators for those Assistant District Attorneys, as well as the full-time District Investigators. I renew my motion.
Chairman Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion? Representative Parkinson.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was going to make a motion for adjournment until 9 a.m., but I'm told we don't have but 7 bills left on the calendar. Any truth to that?
Chairman Hicks. Oh, you're asking for a primary question? I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, not counting outstanding messages that are going back and forth between the House and the Senate, we have 7 bills left on this regular calendar.
Representative Parkinson.
And thank you, Mr. Clerk. And is the Senate in now? Are they still in?
Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir, they are.
They are.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that we adjourn till 9 a.m. Monday morning.
That's a proper motion, proper seconded. Non-debatable, we're on the board. All those in favor of adjourning till Monday, 9 a.m., I believe that was it. Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 14, 78 nays.
Motion failed. Representative Love, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. If the clerk will answer, what legislative day are we on and how many are we allotted per General Assembly?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this is the 27th legislative day. Between the 2 years, the body has 90 legislative days.
Representative Love.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 813, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 813, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1452 by Chairman Faison relative to boilers. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 214.
Chairman Faison moves substitute conform Senate Bill 214, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage on third and final consideration of Senate Bill 214.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 214 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That amendment's the same as the Senate has, so we're going to move to withdraw it.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Faison renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 214 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 214, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1286 by Chairman Zachary relative to investments. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 955.
Chairman Zachary moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 955, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 955 on third and final consideration.
Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 955 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply prohibits the utilization of non-financial factors such as ESG from the state perspective. That'll renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Representative McKenzie passes. Representative Hurt passes. Representative Pearson.
What is ESG? Thank you, Speaker. What's ESG?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Environmental, social, and governance scoring.
Representative Pearson.
Why should that be removed?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, our treasurer does not utilize non-financial factors for making investments because it would violate his fiduciary responsibilities. So this simply ensures that treasurers moving forward will always make this investment and financial decisions for this state based on financial factors.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. This is a bad bill. ESG, environment, social, and governance, right? For those of you who are in finance, understand the stock market, serve on a board of directors of some of these types of institutions, you know that the boards are paying attention to ESG and investors are deciding whether or not to make investments based on environment, social, and governance. Because what is happening in the financial market has a whole lot to do with those very three important things. One, you have the environment, you think about the climate, you think about the effects that that has in our communities. We are dealing with, contrary to some folks' views, climate change, environmental injustice propagated by environmental racism that's happened through our institutions. When you look at social, it's about whether or not a corporation's practices are in line with a lens toward expanding access to more people. This might look like the diversity of the board. Are there women on the board of directors? Are there initiatives within the corporation focused on elevating the talent from within? Are there pipelines of talent for young people, people of color to be there? Similarly with governance, how is the governance structure set up, right? Is this allowing for more debate, more democracy, better decisions to be made? And so when you look at ESG as a practice, it really is telling you whether or not an investment is smart based on the knowledge and information we have about how the best decisions are made. Removing this perpetuates and signals again that our state is not considering the real ramifications of our decisions. ESG is not something to be afraid of, to be banned, or anything like that. If the folks who are running Fortune 500s, which again, only about 10% of people are able to have access to what's on the stock market, but needless to say, if folks in the Fortune 500 and billion-dollar investors, who I know many of you admire and support, are using this as a framework to determine whether or not investments are good ideas, why is our state operating antithetical even to that? And now I'm one representative totally against capitalistic exploitation, and so I can understand if that was the case. But this doesn't seem to be associated with that. And what it is, again, signaling and saying through legislation is that this body is not concerned about those very, very important issues. The attention being focused on ESG has led to a diversity of boards in a lot of places, has ensured that more folks have had access to institutions and more resources than they've ever had before. And now we're saying our state shouldn't pay attention to that. This does not make a lot of sense, and it does not fall in line with the practices that are happening that are actually positive, that have positive ramifications in our communities and across our country. And so it's very dismaying to see this legislation and this bill that is, again, fomenting kind of this cultural war now against ESG because of who you think and who it is benefiting. And so again, I think we should reconsider this type of legislation, Representative, and do a better job into the future to not bring these types of pieces before this body.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure I share many of my colleagues' sentiment with this. I find it fascinating that someone can stand up and ask what ESG is and then go on a 5-minute diatribe about what it is. And then secondly, it continues to amaze me how you can bring race into every subject that's brought up on this House floor based on his comments about environmental racism.
He's responding back to environmental. That's accurate. I didn't rule him out of order when he made the comment. I didn't, correct. On this one, I didn't rule him out of order for making that comment. We got Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to simply read a quote from our treasurer. And let me just remind the body and remind Tennessee as they watch, we are a state that does not utilize ESG factors, and for many different reasons. Business Week simply says ESG ratings are a mirage and have a significant negative impact to business. We in Tennessee are one of 13 states with a AAA bond rating. We're the most fiscally stable state in the nation, according to Newsweek, 2 years in a row. We're the lowest debt state, have the best funded pension plan. Our treasurer, a quote from our treasurer says, there is no place for environmental, social, and governance factors in Tennessee investment decision-making. Investment teams should be focused on potential earnings and other factors that have long informed market analysis by prudent investors. I'm greatly concerned that the imposition of ESG priorities on fiduciaries is not appropriate and will materially lessen the pursuit of the best risk-adjusted returns. And so, members, I would appeal to you that, again, as someone who is the driver of one of the best-run states in the nation, the most fiscally stable states in the nation, we adhere to the advice of our treasurer, who has asked us to take this significant step to ensure that Tennessee does remain one of the most fiscally stable states in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Pearson, for what purpose? Your time was up. All right. Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very familiar with ESG and the importance of ESG, especially in the corporate and financial world. A lot of people, and particularly investors, have found that companies that abide by ESG policies and seek to do business with those that have ESG scores and goals perform better financially. And I would just cite a couple of the key companies that have ESG policies and ask this body whether or not you would want to see these companies look to Tennessee to be headquartered. Worthing Industries, JB Hunt Transport, Apple, Texas Instruments, First Solar, PayPal, MasterCard. Some of the most successful companies, not just in the United States, but in the world, have very strong ESG policies. And this term, like a lot of other things that we are finding, that we've been debating, have been weaponized politically. Just because of some agenda that I'm not sure the motivation behind it. But the reality is that ESG policies are actually very important for investing and for making decisions, to understanding when we make these decisions that we want to have transparency and we want to know what these companies act like and conduct business in what kind of manner. You think about it environmentally. I want to invest in a company that has sound environmental practices. Why? We might disagree about climate change. We might disagree about the reasons behind the direction our environment is heading. But we want to make sure that companies that we invest in and that we have in our state are prepared to face that environmental future. Sustainability. Sustainability is a key principle. We want to make sure that we invest in companies that are built for sustainability. You know, we have seen our economy recently disrupted and havoc reaped by companies that were not built for sustainability. They were built to make a quick buck, to defraud people. And I think it's very important that we look to make these investments. And here's the thing that concerns me, and I appreciate everything our treasurer does and the comptroller. We have a very rich history of sound fiscal policy in our state. But also know that there is legislation, a constitutional amendment, that would allow for investments in stocks for these different assets that we own. And what concerns me about this legislation is we are going to be restricting ourselves from making investments in these companies that will make our state and the taxpayers whole, profitable, and in good fiscal sound. And that's what worries me about this legislation. I think ESG policy is under attack for political reasons. Again, I don't understand it, but ESG policies make a lot of sense. Investors, and I know there are many conservative investors. Some of them are very prominent conservative Tennesseans who believe deeply in ESG and the future of ESG. So I caution this body and this sponsor that this is leading us down a dangerous path that's going to hurt our financial standing as a state.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's no denying some of Representative Powell's comments, and thank you for those comments. Roughly 90% of S&P 500 companies currently have an ESG score. Most companies do have an ESG score. What this legislation is simply saying is that our treasurer will continue to use financial factors in investing and non-financial factors. And let me give you two examples related specifically to ESG that have cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Most recently, FTX had an extremely high ESG score, went under, and cost taxpayers billions and investors billions of dollars. And then most recently, Silicon Valley Bank's compliance officer is quoted as saying ESG was a primary factor in how the investments of the investment the investment decisions the bank has made. SVP single-handedly has caused a uncertainty in our country related to the banking system. Those are the two most recent examples. So again, most companies have an ESG score in 2023. They can have an ESG score. We are simply saying that as a state, our treasurer has a fiduciary responsibility, and I have probably butchered that word every time I say it. He has a responsibility to ensure that he maximizes investment and returns, and this legislation makes sure that happens.
Representative Jones. All right. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dim calls previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 955 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member cast a vote, does any member wish to change the vote? Whitson, aye. Bright, aye. Hazelwood, aye. Haynes, aye. Farmer, aye. Doggett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 75, 19 nays.
Senate Bill 955, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed by objection. Motion reconsider is table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 158 by Chairman Zachary relative to implicit bias training. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of House Bill 158 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves substitute in form of Senate Bill 10. Chairman Zachary.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 102 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves substitute in form of Senate Bill 102 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 102 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 102 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation prohibits the requirement of implicit bias training for our educators from K through 12 and higher ed. Many times when we present legislation like this, we're asked, can you give us a specific example? And so I'll be glad to do that in my explanation, then yield to questions, Mr. Speaker. So I had some educators in Knox County approach me to discuss the implicit bias training that was held in Knox County specifically 2 years ago. And in that training, I was told by multiple educators, both male and female, that in that presentation that was at the University of Tennessee, that the presenters said white males were born as oppressors, and they went on to talk about various denominations. And they also said that those who within the Southern Baptist denomination are in a denomination that's steeped in racism. And so, Mr. Speaker, no one should be subjected to any kind of requirement that simply says based on the color of your skin that you were born a certain way or possess certain biases or racist tendencies based on the color of your skin. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a drumbeat of from the previous bill, and you know I'll start out by saying we can always get a one-off. You can always come off with a one-off, and to get rid of a whole type of training because you have one piece of data, one data point, one. And that is going to cause us to change something statewide. Makes absolutely no sense. In that particular case, I did the research on it. And I don't think the sponsor has any anecdotal evidence of videotape, but even with that, once one or two teachers went with that, that outfit was never used again in Knox County. So that is a true statement, and that was in the abundance of caution. But let me just be clear and say that stereotypes exist. Most rooms during my career, when I walked in the room as a technical person, either a scientist or a manager, there were biases just walking in the room. It happens. If I was to walk into a room and folks are decked out in camouflage and tattooed down, I have an implicit bias. It happens. All this training does, and all it should do, and I'm fine to make it standardized, they could talk from a script. But all this training does is to try to make our educators aware that when they walk into a room, there might be some historical biases that you have from previous jobs, previous actions. There might be something that might cause you to say little Sally or little John is going to be a certain way. He or she's going to be a high performer walking in the room because they looked at you a certain way. And all this says is let's bring every student, every smiling, frowning, sleepy face to the same point. Let's start off equally in terms of, and it's not just race. Folks get wrapped around that. That's not what this training is doing or is supposed to do. You can, again, always come up with a one-off, but the implicit bias training says it may be, okay, well, the girls need to sit in the front. The guy, it can be whatever. It's needed, ladies and gentlemen. We're human beings. All human beings are fallible. We make mistakes. All this training is doing is trying to make you aware that you may be looking at something and it's a mistake. And again, if there's one-offs, let's get rid of those. Let's have the Commissioner Schwinn come up with a standard script. It can be a videotape that's approved by this body annually. I'm fine with that. But to say, don't ever talk about, that's what this bill says. Never talk about stereotypes that you have in your head. Never train our teachers that might be happening to them makes absolutely no sense. We need our teachers to be responsive to our students. This training does one thing and one thing alone. It's an awareness. It doesn't tell a teacher how to teach or how not to teach. So to the sponsor, you came up with one example in Knox County 2 years ago that doesn't exist. So why create a statewide prohibition based on one teacher calling you 2 years ago?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you'll look in the definition of the bill related to implicit bias training, while I don't completely disagree with the comments from my colleague in Knox County, in a perfect world and a perfect scenario, discussing stereotypes and other things would be perfectly acceptable. But unfortunately, we are no longer in a perfect world. and driven by ideology, which in many cases finds its way into what now is called implicit bias training. But let me be clear about the definition before we go off on any more conversations regarding things that the bill is not. So implicit bias training, which would establish that definition in code, means a training or other educational programs designed to expose an individual to biases that the training or educational developers or designers presumes the individual to unconsciously, subconsciously, or unintentionally possess, that predispose the individual to be unfairly prejudiced in favor against person, place, or thing, and to adjust the individual's pattern of thinking to eliminate an unconscious bias. So that's the definition of that, Mr. Speaker. That our new motion.
Representative Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sponsor, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this legislation. I kind of shared with you in committee. One morning I was checking my emails and I noticed that I'd received an email from a teacher in one of my districts at 1:24 in the morning. And in her email, she had explained that she was so upset she couldn't sleep because of some of the training she had been forced to do. And keep in mind, this was a relatively successful teacher with a good track record with her students. And she explained how much she loved her students and what she would do for her students. But in her training, she was basically being told she was having trouble teaching because of who she was, how she was raised, how she looks, things like that. And she was extremely upset. And I told her, I emailed her back and I said, well, have you talked to your director of schools and your school board? And she emailed and said, she loved where she was. She loved her students. She loved her school. But no, because she was worried about her job. And so I understood that. I said, well, if there's more than just you, have other teachers that you know of that are concerned reach out to me also. And over the next couple of weeks, I was inundated with additional emails that I responded to and kind of had a back and forth to know where they were coming from. So anyway, it's happening. I agree with you, no teacher. I mean, she herself, and I think we all agree that techniques and methods and various things to reach students are absolutely needed, training for our teachers. But I appreciate this legislation to prevent this moving forward. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hurt. And I have numerous examples. I'm not going to go through those. The most recent being a teacher that actually grabbed me coming out of committee last week from Williamson County and said those teachers in Williamson County were subjected to the exact same, similar training from what I described in Knox County. They were subjected to that in Williamson County. And I've got other emails from teachers around the state who have been subjected to those same kind of trainings. And this legislation says you can have those trainings. Those trainings can continue. You simply can't require teachers to attend those trainings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zachary, have you ever attended an implicit bias training?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not an educator.
Representative Jones.
From my understanding, we have an implicit bias training here as legislators. One of our members who recently called for lynching was required to.
Representative Jones, that's outside. You're talking about a member. Please stay on the bill. Representative Jones.
All right, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm trying to make is that implicit bias training, while it may be uncomfortable, is to familiarize oneself with unconscious biases and unconscious prejudices that many members have. And so I think just because something makes somebody uncomfortable does not mean that we should ban it. Can you please define what an implicit bias is?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already read that definition.
Representative Jones.
An implicit bias is a form of bias that occurs automatically and unintentionally that nevertheless affects judgment, decisions, and behaviors. This is simply to give our educators another tool to make sure that all students are treated with equity and dignity and respect. And so I don't think that there's anything wrong with implicit bias. You stated that some members who came to you were uncomfortable because they talked about privilege. They talked about how they have these biases, and you said that it made them uncomfortable. But I just think it's really extreme for us to say that because of discomfort, we should ban something for the interest of one group at the expense of another. Are you aware that majority of students who are suspended disproportionately in Tennessee schools, disproportionately are students of color? Are you aware of that, Representative Zachary?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You said I mentioned the word privilege. I never mentioned the word privilege, and I don't think I mentioned the word uncomfortable.
Representative Jones.
Are you aware that students of color are disproportionately suspended and expelled from Tennessee schools? Are you aware of this fact?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm probably not aware of any of the facts that you're going to bring to me, no.
Representative Jones.
No worries, that's why we're here, my friend. The fact is that the majority of students who face disciplinary actions are students of color and students with disabilities. So one of the things that this implicit bias training does is help to familiarize young students, to educators, to not automatically see students of color as threats or to see them as more rambunctious. I'll give you a good example, because I've talked to teachers in my district. Sometimes students who are a little bit more energetic, if they're students of color, they'll be penalized as being disruptive or insubordinate. But if they're a white student, they'll be called articulate, inquisitive. They'll say that they need to be challenged more. And so that's an implicit bias of how the discrepancies of how students of color are treated in our Tennessee schools. And that's all that this implicit bias training is trying to do, is trying to address those disparities in our education system. Are you aware of the statistics for your county of what percentage of Knox County students who are suspended and disciplined are students of color? Are you aware of that fact, Representative Zachary?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I think everything that you're discussing reinforces comments that have already been made here on the House floor, actually today. The importance of the family, the importance of a mom and dad being at home, and the importance of a guidance for our children. When I hear the statistics and the things that you throw out, that's what I think.
Representative Jones.
With all due respect to my colleague and my friend from Knox County, I think what I'm trying to just address is that there are systemic issues. There are systemic issues of racism. There are systemic issues of criminalizing children of color. And that's what these trainings are trying to help our teachers to have a more comprehensive view. I represent one of the most diverse districts in the state of Tennessee. I toured the elementary schools in my district. At one school, 1/3 of the students speak Arabic. If you go to Antioch High School, 62 languages are spoken in that school. And so what these trainings are doing are trying to give a more comprehensive view for educators to see, maybe a student has a family member who doesn't speak English. So how would you engage with that member? I mean, this is simply just trying to give our educators more tools to be a better service to these students. And so I don't think this is in the right direction. I think that this is based off of white fragility, to be quite honest, my friend. It's based off this notion that people don't want to talk about these things because they don't want to be held accountable. But I think that we're mature enough to talk about these things, particularly educators. I think that we're mature enough to talk about privilege and bias and ways that students of color are disproportionately impacted by these biases in our education system. This is about disrupting the school to prison pipeline. This is about making sure that all of our students can thrive and flourish. And so can you talk about what makes you uncomfortable about implicit bias training? You said that it referred to people as oppressors. Does that language make you uncomfortable?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, again, in your comments, you use the term white fragility. I have heard you mention numerous times while you've been here, white supremacy. I have heard you mention those things over and over and over again. And you continue to make an effort to make a point, but it doesn't give you the opportunity to make a difference in this body. You may make an incredible impact on social media and outside, but Representative
Zachary.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Zachary. I got it. Representative Zachary, stay on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. The problem with banning the ability of LEAs to require implicit bias training is it prevents very important conversation and learning from happening on issues that impact our students, our communities, our state, and our country. One of the things to think about is even how people get spoken to by others in authority, and why certain people in authority might speak to their young person, their child in that particular way. and how their voice and how their questions might change based on the race of that student, based on the dialect of that student, based on the background of that student. Implicit biases are something everyone has, and I recommend every member of this body read Dr. Jennifer Eberhardt's book on bias. It's just called Biased. The recognition is that everybody has biases. What we do with those, how we act and how we respond on those biases determines how we treat people. And so in a classroom where you have someone who may not be sensitive to the differences and the diversity of the communities that they're serving, they might, in effect, call someone by the wrong pronoun or something like that because they haven't had trainings on what it means to create inclusive community. Implicit biases are something we all have because we've all been socialized in one way or another in our homes, in our communities, in our state, and in our country. And recognizing that those biases can play out in ways that have disparate and potentially negative impact to people who are different is not something that we should prohibit our teachers from learning. There are these egregious examples being used as justification for why we should ban the ability of all teachers to be required to learn implicit bias training. But the reality is this training and the trainings like it, and I hope it's not just one of them, are really important for teachers and educators to know how to create inclusive communities and spaces where education happens. For instance, we see the effect that biases have in who we believe deserves respect, even in this body. Only when a member like myself is speaking is the person at the well interrupted by another member. This body has its biases about who deserves respect based on our race, based on our age, based on where we come from, based on our party, and acting on those biases in ways that are unjust, acting on those biases in ways that are discriminatory, acting on those biases in ways that create inequality and inequity leads us to have systems of oppression that we've talked about before, systems like patriarchy, systems like white supremacy. It isn't that people are inherently anything. It's the reality that even if there were no racist people, the systems would produce racist outcomes. But that takes time to learn, to be educated on. It takes a willingness to learn, a willingness to be educated on these things. And the fact that this body, instead of working to learn, Googling implicit bias, taking Harvard's implicit bias test, which is free online. I've taken it, took it in college. You can learn things about yourself that say, oh, I assume these people are bad. And then you can interrogate what you do about that. The resistance to change is really here a resistance to learning how we work and act in ways that are not oppressive. There's nothing wrong with not being oppressive. There's nothing wrong with learning about how systems have developed and what we can do to make them more equitable and more fair. And these attacks are detrimental to our effort, which should be to build beloved community.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did hear the word, something related to this body, and especially for those members who are new, respect is earned in this body, and when respect is given, it is reciprocated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There is objection. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Faison, aye. Travis, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 67, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 102, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 71, 22 nays.
Senate Bill 102, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 654 by Chairman Howell, relative to taxes. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 867.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 867, probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 867 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 867 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first I want to thank the administration and Commissioner Giordano at the Department of Revenue for working with me and former Senator Bell. We began this journey about 2 years ago. Tennessee Code currently allows for what's called a repossession tax credit. That's in TCA Code 676507D. What this bill does is simply expand that repossession tax credit to any used cars dealer whose business model is to help low-income citizens purchase a vehicle and collects 5% or less as a down payment, and the dealer pays the entire amount of the sales tax out of pocket. If it becomes necessary to repossess that vehicle, the dealer will be able to claim the tax credit. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 867, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Williams, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 867, having received the constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 634 by Chair Lady Moody, relative to funding child care services. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 543.
Representative Moody moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 543, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 543 on third and final consideration.
Representative Moody moves passage of Senate Bill 543 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Representative Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And members, what this will do is create the Child Care Improvement Fund to be administered by the Department of Human Services. It will require the department to allocate grants from the fund to nonprofits to be used for establishing new child care agencies or making improvements on existing agencies. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Moody renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 543 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Garrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 543 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered is tabled. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 592 by Representative Reedy, relative to the Soil Scientists Licensure Act of 2009.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 592 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reedy moves passage following second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this will do is repeal the Soil Scientist Licensure Act of 2009. What they found, it barely passed. Yes, Mr. Lear, I renew my motion.
Chairman Reedy renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 592, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Powell, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
House Bill 592, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to the next bill, if the members, if I could let the members know, there's a new consent calendar that has been put together. It's House Consent Calendar 2 for today. It's rather large. I wanted to make the members aware of that so that they can begin looking through it before we take that up at a later time.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 170 by Chairman Reagan and others relative to civil justice. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 559.
Chairman Reagan moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 559 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 559 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 559 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as a former councilman before becoming a state legislator, the pending ordinance doctrine is a valuable tool to protect your community. I'll just give you a couple examples of where I used that in the past. You know, a lot of times a developer, he'll come in and there'll be multiple phases to a development. There'll be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Well, they'll come in and they'll complete phase 1 or almost do it all. There will be sidewalks left incomplete. They will have promised a swimming pool complex to the residents. If they buy a house, you know, the neighborhood's going to have a community pool or things like that. They'll leave those undone. They won't fulfill their promises. So then they'll go on to phase 2. Well, they'll need building permits. They'll need grading permits and things like that to continue in phase 2. Well, if they don't live up to their promises in phase 1, a lot of times that councilman will come in and they will either do put some type of downzoning or some type of other legislation to kind of get their attention a little bit. Then they remember their promises they made to all the people who had already purchased homes in those neighborhoods before. They remember I need to do what I said I was going to do. Another specific instance was in my neighborhood. In fact, we had a developer that was not doing what he was supposed to do with dumpsters. He owed a dumpster company over $100,000, and it takes a long time for a dumpster company to be owed that much money. And garbage was blowing all through the neighborhood from incomplete homes. Well, he had another piece of property he was going to work on, and I kept calling him over and over and over again until his secretary told me, well, he's never going to call you back. He has no intention of ever calling you back. It's amazing when I downzoned that property and filed that legislation, he called me that same day. it was amazing how quick he answered my messages. So you're taking a valuable tool away from local elected officials to protect their community, to protect neighborhoods, and property rights. For the folks who've already paid for their homes and they expect to live in a certain neighborhood with certain standards, with certain amenities, and these developers aren't living up to those standards, to take this tool away from those local elected officials and to just because you don't like a court ruling, we're just going to legislate around a court ruling, which that's another subject in and of itself, is doing a disservice to Tennesseans, and it's really doing a disservice to property rights in this state. You're talking about property rights of developers and landowners. Well, the people they've already sold to and made a lot of profit off of also have rights as well. With that being said, I ask everyone to think long and hard before you hurt a large number of people that this will affect in the future. Thank you.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simple. It prevents governments from denying a land use permit based on a law that might pass. As a reminder, this body has over 1,550 bills that were created, and they are pending. Nobody in our state should be forced to react to anything that we haven't passed. That's what this pending ordinance is about. It's forcing landowners, property owners, to react to something that has not passed the legislative body. This bill straightforwardly says that you can't do that. The impact is it would provide Tennesseans with due process, which they can be denied under this pending ordinance document. With that, Mr. Speaker, I stand ready to answer other questions if necessary and renew my motion.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was reading this proposal, Representative Reagan, I see that it's based off the 2007 Tennessee Supreme Court decision, which allows cities to refuse or revoke a redevelopment when a pending zoning ordinance would prohibit the use of land for which the permit is sought. Oftentimes, city officials and neighbors do not know how land would be used until developers file a permit application. My question is, what is the impetus of this legislation? Was this brought to you by the lobbyists for developers, or where did this come from?
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This came from several discussions I had with several different people, and frankly, my intent to defend the rights of property owners.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm curious, because we had a very hearty debate in this body regarding a development in the Duck River. Would this have any impact on that? I know that's something that we really fought for in Murray County about the Duck River. They're trying to build a landfill. Would this impact that? I'm just curious about that fight we had trying to preserve the clean water of that community. And then this out-of-state corporation was trying to develop a 300-acre landfill. Would this impact that community in Murray County?
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has no relationship to what you're talking about, as far as I know, sir.
Representative Jones.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is that this is talking about the property rights of developers over the decisions of a local community, superseding the decisions of local officials in the local community. That's what was happening in Murray County that we were talking about, trying to prevent a landfill from being built on the Duck River. So it seemed like there would be a connection, but I'll move on. Is there any connection to this is my last question, Representative Reagan. I'm looking at the fiscal note, and I'm trying to see, it says that it's going to be hard to determine the impact on local communities. Have you spoken to any local governments about how this could adversely impact their local budgets and the local economies by passing this legislation?
Chairman Reagan.
Yes, I have, but none of them have said anything about that.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 559 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member cast their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Crawford, aye. Cochran, aye. Williams, aye. Kumar, aye. Clemens, no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 72, 19 nays.
Senate Bill 559 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes that regular calendar.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
I make a motion, we take up the message calendars at this time, the remaining message calendars.
Proper motion, proper second, without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, first message.
House Bill 40 by Chairman Reedy relative to real property. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 40 for Senate Bill 122, adopted Amendment 1 and passed House Bill 40 as amended.
Chairman Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Reedy moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 83, 6 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 1 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Let the journal reflect Representative Pearson is excused. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 355 by Representative Haynes relative to insurance. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 355 for Senate Bill 365, adopted Amendment 2 and passed House Bill 355 as amended.
Chair Lady Haynes, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur to Senate Amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Haynes moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, on House Message Calendar 4, Item 1, House Bill 814 by Representative Davis relative to fire prevention and investigations. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 814 for Senate Bill 907, adopted Amendments 2 and 3, and passed House Bill 814 as amended.
Representative Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendments number 2 and 3.
Representative Davis moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2 and 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you explain to us what those amendments do?
Representative Davis.
Absolutely. What we have agreed to with the Department of Commerce, they asked us to change. We had a capped amount on the fee, and so we changed the language to say reasonable fee so that we wouldn't have to come back each year to change the dollar figure. And then also we changed the state fire inspection was 2 times a year. They wanted that to be 1 time a year. So those were the changes.
Chairman Clemens, very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment 2 and 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay.
Senate Amendment number 2 and 3, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1242 by Representative Powers relative to criminal offenses. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate substituted House Bill 1242 for Senate Bill 1398, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1242 as amended.
Chairman Powers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Powers moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2, probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, Vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion read series table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the 2 message calendars.
Yes, ma'am. Representative Johnson, you recognize.
I was wondering if I could get. I'm so close. I was wondering if I could get the clerk to read about the definition of parliamentary inquiry, please. I think it's under section 149 in what I have, maybe not in what you have.
Definition of parliamentary.
Parliamentary, where it's in mine, it should be in section 149, appeals, points of order, and inquiries. Under that, just what they say that a parliamentary inquiry is.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, if it's okay, I will read 2 definitions. Section 230, Part 1, a point of order is the parliamentary device that is used to require a legislative body to observe its own rules and to follow established parliamentary practice. Section 250, Part 1, a parliamentary inquiry is a request for information from the presiding officer with respect to procedure concerning some proposal before the House or that may be immediately brought before the House.
Representative Johnson.
Okay, what I see in Mason's, a parliamentary inquiry may be directed to the presiding officer or an inquiry may be made from one member to another. While these may involve questions or of concern to the members, they rarely present any questions to be determined by the body. Is that correct?
Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, can I have that section again, just so I'm reading the same page?
Representative Johnson.
So what I see, it says section 149, and the title of that section is Appeals, Points of Order, Inquiries. And the third one is what a parliamentary inquiry is. One is, 2 is points of order, 3 is parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I will find that section. I don't think we have the same edition of the Mason's Manual. My section 149 in the most current edition is communications and petitions. And the definition I read for parliamentary inquiry earlier is from the latest edition of Mason's Manual, and it's section 250.
Representative Johnson.
Okay, well, I wanted to make sure because I think what I have is a parliamentary inquiry. And so, parliamentary inquiry. What I'd like to know is how many state taxpayer dollars have been used in the relocation of the victim of a sexual harassment by a member in this body?
Representative Johnson. It's out of order. That's out of order. We're moving on, Mr. Clerk. What you have next? Mr. Clerk, call
Mr.
next
Speaker, we
calendar.
have a House regular calendar dated for today. It contains 3 constitutional amendments.
Representative Jones, what's the purpose?
Point of order, parliamentary inquiry. Since my colleague from Knox County was shut down, Mr. Clerk, is there a process for calling for a vote of no confidence in the House Speaker for being a part of a cover-up of what involved
Out
the
of order. Out of order. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Mr. Speaker, item 1 on that calendar, House Joint Resolution 13 by Leader Lamberth.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read H.R. 13 as amended for its third and final reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 13 as amended on third reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Tennessee to change the date of elections for judicial and other civil officers. Whereas Article 7, Section 5 requires elections for judicial and other civil officers to be held on the first Thursday in August, while Article 2, Section 7 requires elections for members of the General Assembly to be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and whereas Article 3, Section 2 requires the election for governor to be held on the same day as for members of the General Assembly, and whereas Congress has also specified the first Tuesday after the first Monday for the election of United States senators and representatives and electors for president pursuant to 2 USCA Section 7 and 3 USCA Section 1 respectively, and whereas having all federal, state, and local elections on the same day would save this state and its local governments money and increase voter participation in local government elections. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all the members of each House concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 7, Section 5 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following language. Elections for judicial and other civil officers shall be held on the first Thursday in August, 1870, and forever thereafter on the first Thursday in August, next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of each officer so elected shall be computed from the first day of September next succeeding his election and substituting instead the following. Beginning with the election held in 2030, judicial officers and all other elected county officials, except the assessor of property, are elected on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of each officer so elected is computed from the first day of December next succeeding the officer's election. Beginning with the election held in 2028, the assessors of property are elected on the first Thursday in August, next preceding the expiration of their respective terms of service. The term of the assessor of property so elected is computed from the first day of September next succeeding his election. Be it further resolved that the foregoing be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of H.R. 13 as amended.
Leader Lamberth moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 13 as amended. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 13 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 78, 16 nays.
House Joint Resolution 13, as amended, having been read 3 separate times on 3 separate days and having received a vote in the affirmative by a majority of the members elected to the Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, I hereby declare it adopted pursuant to Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next resolution, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 81 by Representative Darby.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk to read HJR 81 for its third and final reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 81 by Representative Darby on third and final reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee to prohibit taxation of property by the state. Whereas Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of Tennessee currently authorizes taxation of all property according to its value by any taxing authority, including the state, counties, and municipalities, and whereas the state can impose a property tax as it did until 1949 to all property in the state, and whereas in 1949 the legislature repealed the state's property tax, and whereas the current property tax is imposed at the local level at various county and municipal tax rates, and whereas the controlling and predominant purpose of the property tax is for real purposes, whereas the controlling and predominant purpose of the property tax is for local purposes. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 2, Section 28 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following language from the first sentence. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature, and substituting instead the following. In accordance with the following provisions, all property, real, personal, or mixed, shall be subject to taxation, but the legislature shall not levy, authorize, or otherwise permit any state tax upon such property, and the legislature. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the House of Representatives is directed to deliver a copy of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Representative Darby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 81.
Representative Darby moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 81. Any discussion on the resolution? Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just make this is on this resolution, but just a general observation here about these resolutions. I know there's a practice in this body, the Secretary of State will usually only pay and get funded 3 HJRs, 4 HJRs every General Assembly. And so my concern with passing these in our first year of session is we don't know what the future holds and what types of HJRs we might want to look towards adding. So I've got no issue, say, with this, but just in general, with passing HJRs in the first year of our session, we limit ourselves to other HJRs that might arise. I myself have looked at putting forth HJRs for medical cannabis, for casino gaming, other things that, the public is interested in. So I just want to point that out to members. And again, I don't have any objection to this, but I just think that something I've noticed is and I realize we could fund more, and hopefully maybe we can take a look at that in the future as possibly funding more and talk to the Secretary of State about it. But I just worry about adopting these 3 resolutions in our first year of session. But again, I have no issue with this and we'll support it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 81, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Darby, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 81, nays 11.
House Joint Resolution 81, having read 3 separate times on 3 separate days and having received a vote in the affirmative by a majority of the members elected to the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly, I hereby declare adopted pursuant to Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Without objection, the motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next resolution, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 94 by Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read HJR 94 as amended for its 3rd and final reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, House Joint Resolution 94 as amended on 3rd and final reading. A resolution proposing an amendment to Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to the rights of crime victims. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that a majority of all members of each House concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 35 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the section in its entirety and substituting the following. Section 35, that to preserve and protect the rights of victims of crime to justice and due process throughout the criminal and juvenile justice systems, a victim as defined by law and which may be expanded by the General Assembly shall have the following rights which shall be protected. 1, the right to be treated with fairness for the victim's safety and dignity. 2, the right upon request to reasonable notice of all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 3, the right to be present at all public criminal proceedings and all public juvenile delinquency proceedings involving the accused. 4, the right upon request to be heard in any proceeding involving release, plea, sentencing, disposition, and parole, as well as any public proceeding when relevant during which a right of the victim is implicated. 5, the right to be heard and informed of all parole procedures, to participate in the parole process, to provide information to the parole authority to be considered before the parole of the offender, and to be notified upon request of the parole or other release of the offender. 6, the right to be free from harassment, intimidation, and abuse throughout the criminal justice system, including reasonable protection as defined by the General Assembly from the accused or any person acting on behalf of the accused. 7, the right upon request to reasonable notice of any release, transfer, or escape of the accused or convicted person. 8, the right to full and timely restitution from the offender. 9, the right to a speedy trial or disposition and a prompt and final conclusion of the case after the conviction or sentence. 10, the right to be informed of the minimum sentence the offender will serve in custody and the scheduled release date. 11, the right to have the safety of the victim, the victim's family, and the general public considered before any parole or other post-judgment release decision is made. 12, the right upon request to confer with the prosecution. And 13, the right to be fully informed of all rights afforded to crime victims. A victim may assert the rights enumerated in this section not as a party, but in the manner further provided by the General Assembly, protecting the victim's right to standing. The General Assembly has the authority to enact substantive and procedural laws to further define, implement, preserve, and protect the rights guaranteed to victims by this section. This section must be interpreted to preserve and protect the rights of all persons to due process. This section, or any law enacted under this section, does not create a basis for vacating a conviction. This section does not restrict the powers of the District Attorney General or the inherent authority of the court. Other than as provided in the preceding paragraph, this section does not create a cause of action or claim for damages against the state or a political subdivision of the state, an officer, employee, or agent of the state, or of any of its political subdivisions, or an officer or employee of the court. Be it further resolved that the foregoing be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the House of Representatives is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 94 as amended.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of House Joint Resolution 94 as amended. Any discussion? Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this will go to answer some of the questions on the last constitutional amendment, and hopefully will settle some of the concerns that we had, maybe some of the no votes. This is the first General Assembly where these last three constitutional amendments have been read and voted upon. There is not a fiscal note associated with them, so these do not fall within the four that the Secretary of State would traditionally consider going forward. We still have next year to bring as many constitutional amendments as we so choose in the first year of it. I think we've got one that may be pending that could go on in the 26 election year that had some trouble in the Senate. So this does not limit it. There is zero fiscal note to this. The amendments that we are voting on today still have to come back to the next General Assembly in the 25-26 year in order to be approved by a 2/3 majority. That's when the fiscal note would occur on that. So if some of the no votes are concerned about being limited to the number of constitutional amendments we can still introduce as many as we like to next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Powell.
and I appreciate that clarification, and I understand that, but I don't understand why we have, and I get we are limiting ourselves when we come to that second General Assembly where that has to pass, and I know that's a rule that exists. I don't know that pertains to funding, but I think we really need to consider if there are truly more than three constitutional amendments, that we should really look at adding as many as we need to the ballot. And so I get that, and what I'm afraid of is we're developing a competition here where it's a race to the first and to have mine put ahead of others. And this I would encourage my colleagues to support. I think it's a good constitutional amendment, but I have a concern, and again, hopefully we can maybe look at this in the future about limiting the number of these resolutions, because what I'm afraid of is next year, if some of us are interested in some of these, I can see it coming up. We already have 3 that have passed, and we know that if those move forward, they've already met their constitutional obligation for this year, then we get into a thing with the next General Assembly where we might have too many, and it just becomes a competition and a race to the first, not necessarily what is best. So hopefully we can look at that in the future, but I appreciate my colleague pointing that out, and I understand that, but thank you.
Any further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of House Joint Resolution 94 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Lafferty, aye. Butler, aye. Williams, aye. Lafferty, aye. Williams, aye. Haynes, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
House Joint Resolution 94 as amended have been read 3 separate times on 3 separate days and having received the vote in the affirmative by a majority of the members elected to the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly, I hereby declare adopted pursuant to Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Without objection, the motion reach series table. Mr. Clerk. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to take up the House Consent Calendar 2 at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have passage of Consent Calendar 2 on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentlemen, moves passage of Consent Calendar 2, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none. We're voting on consent calendar number 2. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Having received the constitutional majority, I declare consent calendar passed without objection. Most read, consider as tabled. All right, Mr. Clerk, next calendar.
Mr. Speaker, on the desk, we now have a House Message Calendar 5. House Message Calendar 5. The first item is House Joint Resolution 167 by Leader Lamberth. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate adopted Amendment 1 and concurred in House Joint Resolution 167 as amended.
Representative Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment took out two whereas clauses, and that is all it did. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Lamberth moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Powell.
Thank you. Could the leader please read the two whereas clauses that were removed?
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
I would be happy to. It is the 5th and 6th preamble. Whereas in 2017, a new proposal to relocate the graves of President and First Lady Polk, along with a monument from Nashville to Columbia, was introduced in the Tennessee General Assembly. The proposal sparked a lively national debate about President Polk's burial site and tomb, as well as the general sanctity of presidential sites and graves and the ownership of the remains of public figures. The debate drew national attention, leading the New York Times to publish the article, "President James K. Polk's Body May Be Moved Again," and the Washington Post to refer to President Polk as the dead president who never rests in peace. And whereas E. Patrick McIntyre, Executive Director of the Tennessee Historical Commission, condemned efforts to move the remains of President First Lady Polk, saying the move would create a false sense of history. Those are the two whereases that were removed from this particular resolution.
Representative Powell.
So we are still leaving in some of these whereases where we talk about the fact that President Polk has been here in Nashville on the Capitol grounds, added to National Register of Historic Places, discussions about 130 years, the grounds of the state capitol have guarded the final resting place of President Polk and the First Lady. Those are still part of the resolution.
Leader Lamberth.
Absolutely, and thank you for highlighting those. This does not undo what was done in 2017. It does recognize the importance of the only president to be buried on a state capitol grounds in the country is James K. Polk and his wife, Sarah. And some of y'all know this, most of y'all know this, but every day when we come to session, I go and I walk around the tomb. It's a tiny bit out of your way. It's not that big a deal. Some of y'all made that walk with me. It's just a reminder that this state's been here a long time. It's been through ups and downs. It's been through wars. It's been through a lot since they laid those two folks to rest. And I don't even agree with everything about James K. Polk's background and his life, but it is historic and phenomenal that they are buried here on the Capitol grounds. And so this just recognizes the importance of that with all of the rest of the whereases in there. I think there was one of our, we'll say, colleagues in the chamber down the hall, the smaller chamber, that had an issue with those two whereas clauses, because there are folks that would very much like to remove the Polks from the Capitol grounds. I think that would be a horrible idea. If for no other reason, it just seems impolite to dig two fine folks up that have been resting peacefully for many years now.
Representative Powell.
Yeah, and I know, Leader, both you and I were here for that lengthy debate. I voted no on that legislation that passed, and I know it was a very close vote. And there was a lot of discussion about the fact of the time limit of that piece of legislation, and that if that piece of legislation was passed, there was a certain amount of time where it was to be enacted. And it seems like that time has passed and actions have not been taken to move the president. And I just want to be clear too. I have some very mixed feelings about President Polk and a lot of the different positions that he took and policies that he enacted. But At the same time, he has been in our capital, has been recognized as a National Historic Place, and the desire to move him seems to be driven more by trying to, I guess, take him to a different community versus preserving his resting place. So I'm hopeful that we can revisit that effort because the time limit seems to have passed. You know, my concern here though is, you know, a resolution honoring Polk and commemorating his place in the tomb. I think that, you know, while I do still have objections to some of the things that President Polk stood for, this speaks specifically to his resting place. It's not about, we're not honoring President Polk, it's about preserving him. So I just want to be clear about that because, you know, we've had a lot of our things changed in Nashville, and this is one thing I think we can stop with.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you for that, and you and I both voted against that particular resolution, but I will say this doesn't undo it, but it does recognize that quite a bit of time has passed now, and no action has been truly taken on that. And I'm always, and again, I enjoy history, and good and bad history, and there's plenty there to be had, but it's just very interesting to me that James K. Polk originally was interred in a temporary grave at the Nashville City Cemetery in 1849. He died at the age of 53 of cholera, is what they believe. And then his wife, Sarah, who is also buried right out here, did not die until she was 87 years old and was buried alongside President Polk in 1891. James Strickland, who designed this Capitol, if you go out and walk around the actual grave, designed that grave. I mean, it's just, to me, is a part of our history. And every time I see school kids go out there and they visit it, it's just kind of neat. And again, I'm with you. I have mixed feelings on Polk's legacy. There's plenty there to have on both sides, like many historical figures. But it's unique that he's here on the Capitol grounds as an ex-president and a deceased president to do so. I've been discussing this a little bit, one, because I'm passionate about it, and two, I knew there was a group of individuals that was working on an issue between the House and the Senate, so we had a little bit of time. But if you haven't visited the Polk's tomb, again, both are buried there, take some time sometime in the next few days. Go out there and visit it. It's an important part of your capital. And in fact, visit kind of all of this side over here. There are many, many monuments. And yes, the bell does ring if you'll push it. I'm not recommending that, but the large bell rings as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Whew. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most weeks here is table. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 191 by Chairman Holtzclaw relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate refused to recede from its adoption of Senate Amendment number 3.
Chairman Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action and non-concurring in the Senate Amendment number 3, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a committee like from the Senate to resolve our differences between the two bodies.
Chairman Holtzclaw moves to refuse to recede from our action and non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 3, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Chairman Holtzclaw, Representative Haynes, Representative Williams, Representative Miller, Representative Hazelwood, Representative Martin of Carroll. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 198 by Chairman Haston relative to education. Mr. Speaker, on April 21st, 2023, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 3.
Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our action in passing Senate Bill 198.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider action on Senate Bill 198.
Without objection, so ordered. Chairman Haston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 198 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston moves passage. Representative Hicks of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions on amendment number 3.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw amendment number 3.
Is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 3 is withdrawn. Chairman Haston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion for passage of Senate Bill 198 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Haston renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 198 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, as the member was changed to vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
Senate Bill 198, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk. Call up next message, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, that completes that message calendar. However, we have received some further messages on the desk. From the message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House, House Bill 938. The Senate refused to recede from its action in adopting Senate Amendment number 1. That's House Bill 938 relative to municipal boundaries.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action and non-concurring in the Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Grill moves to refuse to receive from our action and non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Grills, Hicks of Washington, Representative Shaw, Representative Carr. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, message from Senate. I'm directed to transmit to the House, House Bill 296. The Senate refused to receive from its action and non-concurring in House Amendment number 1. That's House Bill 296 for Representative Freeman relative to inspectors.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our actions in non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Freeman moves to refuse to receive from our action and non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Probably seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Freeman, Representative Vaughn, Representative Gillespie. That's fine. Is that in here? Leader Lamberth. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
All right, members, do not leave the chamber, please, after this. However, we are approaching the end, for now, of the first year of the 113th General Assembly. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 803.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 803 by Leader Lamberth, a resolution to provide for the adjournment of the 2023 session of the 113th General Assembly.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR number 803.
Leader Lamberth moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 803, probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. Y'all want to do a voice or y'all want to do the board? All right, we'll do the board. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Butler, aye. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 68, 18 nays.
Senate Joint Resolution receiving the Constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted. I hereby declare concurred in. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Members, we have 3 conference committees out, and so we're waiting for those to finish to come back, and then that will be the end. All right, Mr. Clerk. Call up the next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 296. The Senate acceded to the request of the House for the appointment of a conference committee. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Bailey, Rose, and Yarborough to confer with a like committee from the House in open session. Conference to resolve the differences between the bodies on House Bill 296. Mr. Speaker, this is on message calendar 2 from earlier today. Message calendar 2, and the conference committee report will be on dashboard.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the conference committee, we made two changes. One, we moved the enacting date to upon passage, and we changed some of the rulemaking so that we could have engineers that are licensed go ahead and perform these services. And I move we adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House.
Representative Freeman moves to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Conference committee report, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted, made the action of the House without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, message from the Senate. I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 938. The Senate accede to the request of the House for the appointment of conference committee. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Briggs, Nicely, Watson, to confer with a like committee from the House and open conference to resolve the differences between the bodies on 938. Mr. Speaker, it's on message calendar 2.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House.
Representative Grills moves to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you just give us a brief explanation of the changes?
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House version said heir of the owner. We changed that to direct descendant. We changed the eligibility to have 3 years of the Schedule F on your taxes rather than 5. And to exempt otherwise qualifying property that was annexed prior to 1977 to harmonize that with the Greenbelt at the beginning of the Greenbelt of January 1, 1977.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Dixie, no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 78, 16 nays.
Conference committee report, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted and made the action of the House without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return to the House. House Bill 191. The Senate acceded to the request of the House to appoint a conference committee. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Briggs, Gardenhire, and Watson to confer with a like committee from the House and open conference to resolve the differences between the bodies on House Bill 191. Mr. Speaker, it's on message calendar 5.
Representative Holtzclaw, you're recognized.
It gives me great pleasure to tell you all this is the bill y'all been waiting on. The last bill of the evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House.
Representative Holtzclaw moves to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Representative Powell.
Mr. Speaker, I move previous question.
Previous question. Call. All those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84, 6 nays, 4 present, not voting.
The conference committee report, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it adopted and made the action of the House without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Representative Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of H.R. 93.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
H.R. 93 by Representative Hale, resolution to honor and recognize Robert S. Wheeler, 2023 valedictorian of DeKalb County High School.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Hale.
I move adoption of H.R. 93.
Representative Hale moves adoption of H.R. 93, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Resolution 93 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. I hereby declare it adopted without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Representative Hale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of H.R. 94.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Resolution 94 by Representative Hale, resolution to honor and recognize Amelia Atnip, 2023 salutatorian of DeKalb County High School.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Hale.
I move adoption of H.R. 94.
Representative Hale moves adoption of House Resolution 94, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Resolution 94 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare it adopted. Without objection, most reconsider is tabled. Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting with both leaders, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 647.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 647 by Representative Zachary, a resolution to commemorate May 2023 as Savior Tooth Month in Tennessee.
You heard the caption. Any objection? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Chairman Zachary.
Mr. Speaker, I guess embarrassingly, I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution number 647.
Chairman Zachary moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 647, probably second. Any objection? Discussion, Representative Parkinson. Representative Parkinson.
Chairman, I just have one question. Was that TOOF or TOOTH?
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Representative. That is a great question, but I do think it's TOOTH, tooth. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, but what about the rest of them?
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for May of 2023, we're going to do one. We can consider the rest of the teeth and when we come back in January.
Chairman Clemens, do you have anything? He passes. Oh, Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April the 26th, it's Administrative Professionals Day. I want to thank my assistant, TJ Sutton, and thank all the administrative professionals on behalf of the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Joint Government Operations Committee will hold our monthly rule review meeting this upcoming Monday, April the 24th at 10 a.m. in House Hearing Room 1. That is Joint Government Operations Rule Review, Monday the 24th at 10 a.m., House Hearing Room 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I miss welcoming and honoring this morning. So I would like to welcome my dear brother, friend, teacher, Jose Vargas to the House floor. He just flew in from Dallas, Texas to come say hi to y'all. So if y'all would make him feel welcome.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Speaker appoint a committee of the House to inform the Senate that the House has completed its business and is prepared to adjourn.
I appoint the following representatives. Chair of the committee, Vital, Representative Davis, Reagan, Moody, Himmer, and Harris. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Speaker appoint a committee of the House to inform the Governor that the House has completed its business and is prepared to adjourn.
I appoint the following representatives. Chair, Kumar, Representatives Rudder, Lynn, Raper, Thompson, and Chisholm. Will the committees please retire, and we'll stand in a brief recess pending the return of the committees. Chairman Vital, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has informed the Senate of our work being completed, and we are prepared to adjourn.
Very good. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm out of order, but I think this is the appropriate time to call on our governor or this body to show some leadership and come together for a special session to tackle the gun violence epidemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Chairman Clemens. And yesterday, your colleague from Davidson County did just that, and I told him that I would be more than happy to rise and say that I, for one, representing the folks of Sumner County, would be happy to come back in a special session and address any issues that we need to ensure to both preserve constitutional rights and protect our communities and ensure their safety. I'm here to work whenever the governor wants to call us back.
Chairman Kumar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have informed the governor that the House has finished the people's business. We wished him well for the summer, and he sends us greetings and good luck for the summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
All right, hang on, guys. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of the House of Representatives and the proceedings thereof be approved from the 1st through the 5th organizational day and from the 1st through the 27th legislative day of the first session.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate have come to notify the House that we have completed our business for the year and ready to adjourn.
Thank you. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Joint Resolution 803, Senate Joint Resolution number 803, I move the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee adjourn until noon on Tuesday, January the 9th, 2024.
In accordance with Senate Joint Resolution 803, I hereby declare the first regular session of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee adjourned until 12 noon on Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. There's no roll call. We're done.